Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. Teefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, members of the public. Today is Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. It's 9:31 a.m. This is the special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner, absent. Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
And Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. Teefank, Mr. City Attorney, and our Board Secretary. As I do each week, I'll update us on our COVID impact on department operations and city operations, significant events, crime stats, and personnel stats. Regarding the COVID-19 update, this past week, we've had 6 additional COVID cases that have impacted our employees. That brings the total to 5,261 members of the organization. 4,239 were sworn or have been sworn. 1,022 are civilian. The 6 new cases were all sworn employees of the organization, and 4 of the 6 were fully vaccinated. Regarding the work status, we now have 56 individuals at our home recovering from this. 1 is hospitalized, remains long-term hospitalization, very critical condition. That is an increase of 5 from 51 that's reported last week. During this last week, in fact, yesterday, I signed our updated COVID-19 reconstitution plan as part of the department's emergency plan, as part of the city's emergency operations plan for all operations in various departments. The changes are the new details regarding our operating practices, including the lasting impact of new technologies, being the expansion of online reporting for specific crimes, as well as productivity on applications such as Zoom meetings and other remote applications that allow us to take advantage of greater efficiencies in department operations. These are all technologies that were implemented as part of the pandemic, and the department has found that have served the public well, served the department well. We've now implemented or instituted them into the COVID-19 annex and will be part of our ongoing operations. The next point I want to speak about is each week I typically speak about any significant events. We had no categorical use of force over this last period, which now year to date brings us to a static number of 4 officer-involved shootings, 3 of those involving a hit, 1 involving no hits. 1 of those 4 were fatal. This is in relationship to last year's numbers, in which we had a total of 9 officer-involved shootings. At this point, you may recall last year we had 4 in a series of 1 week of very violent encounters. 7 of those 9 last year involved a hit, 2 were non-hits, and 3 overall fatals from the 9 officer-involved shootings. In regards to our 4-year average stands at 6 officer-involved shootings by this time of year, and the number of fatals are just over 2 over that 4-year average. The violent crime and total Part 1 crime report is that we have an increase of 6.8 violent crime. That's 396 additional crimes. We have a 10.8% reduction in homicides, which I'm happy to report. That's 9 fewer homicides. However, an area of concern that is before us is our continued increase in robberies, particularly armed robberies. I'll come back to that in a moment, but on our property crime arena, we now have increases in each of our property crime categories, again, with the continued persistence of an increase in vehicle thefts, 6.9%. The increase in property crime now means we have 1,166 additional property crimes this year versus last. However, we still have a 1.4% reduction over a 2-year period. The critical nature here, though, is for the public to understand, is over a 2-year period, we have a 45% increase in vehicle thefts. So vehicle thefts continue to be our nemesis in regards to property crimes, and the importance of people securing their vehicles cannot be overstated. Overall, we have a 6.3% increase in total Part 1 crime this year versus last, and now just under a 1% increase in Part 1 crime versus the 2020 numbers. In regards to our robberies, in the upcoming meetings in April, working with the Executive Director, Mr. Tiefank, and the Commission Executive Committee, the Department will be providing a verbal presentation on our Follow Home Task Force series. That is a task force out of our Robbery Homicide Division. Their investigative efforts, and as well as arrests and prosecutions, as well as a presentation on the Union Pacific Railroad theft series that has drawn a lot of international attention to the ongoing series of thefts involving rail cargo. We made arrests as recently as this weekend of 3 additional individuals relative to the rail theft series, and recovery of hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional merchandise. And this series, we're making progress with Union Pacific Railroad, both in identifying and arresting those responsible, as well as taking steps to secure rail transports. So again, both subjects will be a topic of a verbal presentation in the coming weeks. However, I want to address one other aspect of our robberies that continues to cause us concern, and that is that there's been a continued increase in the frequency of robberies involving the use of a firearm. Year to date, robberies are up just under 18% compared to 2021, and up 5% compared to 2020. However, most concerning about that is year to date citywide robberies with firearms are up 44%. That's 221 additional robberies involving a firearm compared to last year. They're up 57%. That's 261 additional robberies involving a firearm compared to 2020. And then compared to 2019, they're up 60%, 270 additional robberies involving a firearm. So today, firearm-involved robberies account for 36% of all of our robberies and account for 74% of our increase in street robberies. So I know there's a lot of statistics in there, but the bottom line to this is that there's been a marked increase of armed robberies involving victims wearing expensive jewelry, as well as just other individuals, whether they're at commercial stores such as mini markets and convenience stores, gas stations, or on the street. And what we're asking the public to be mindful of is that with these increases, that if they're going to wear expensive jewelry, or as they are involved in perhaps driving high-end cars, leaving restaurants, taverns, and other locations, that they be mindful of their surroundings, that they remain in well-lit areas, and that they recognize that there are opportunists that are attempting to take advantage of them. And many times these individuals are armed with a firearm. That they be aware of their surroundings, pay attention, and if they're confronted by an individual with a gun or any type of firearm, and really in any street robbery or other violent encounter of that they cooperate, that they provide, that they not offer resistance, they not attempt to fight in order to maintain possession of a piece of jewelry or other article of value, because the value of their life is certainly much greater than that. As a department, we're closely tracking the increase in armed robberies, including various suspect and vehicle descriptions of those responsible. We've assigned additional personnel and plainclothes personnel to a task force to investigate specifically follow home and follow off robberies. However, we've also assigned additional detective personnel at the area level and investigative efforts in a plainclothes and undercover capacity to arrest and prosecute those responsible for this increase. We're sharing our information with surrounding police agencies as well as including the Sheriff Department. And numerous arrests have been made, and we are pursuing federal and state prosecutions of these individuals. We're going to remain vigilant on this increase, and we just urge everyone to pay attention to this, to ensure that they're doing what they can to prevent these instances from occurring. And anyone who has information regarding any of this violence, to bring that before the law enforcement's attention, whether that's directly to LAPD or through the Crime Stoppers website or tip line, where they can remain anonymous. It is through that type of tips and leads and information that we're able to, in many instances, identify those responsible and bring them before the criminal justice system. Lastly, I'm going to move over to our personnel stats. We have 9,426 sworn personnel in the department. That's 280 personnel underdeployed from our budget TO. And we have 2,684 civilian personnel, which is 158 short of our authorized strength. We remain with 403 reserve officers, and we remain with 2,194 volunteers. We're trying to think, I want to throw a shout out of support and thanks for their continued participation with the department in their volunteer efforts in various functions across the organization to assist us in our staffing needs. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Chief. I'll start with Commissioner Sobroff. Do you have any questions, Commissioner Sobroff? No. Commissioner Decker, any questions from you?
Briefly, Chief, I realize the numbers you're reciting are reported crimes, reported robberies with firearms, but do you have any sense, sir, of the impact ghost guns may be having on that situation?
Yes, so presently about 1 out of 4 guns recovered are ghost guns. These are non-serialized weapons that are manufactured many times out of kits in someone's garage or back assembly shack. We are one of our efforts in combating this increase in robberies and armed robberies is to identify traffickers and manufacturers and to make arrests of those individuals. And part of our report, I believe we have a gun report coming to this commission as well, a presentation on our gun trafficking efforts to deter this increase that's occurring not only here in Los Angeles, but across the country.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Briggs, I have other questions for the Chief, but they relate to other items on the agenda, so I'll wait till those items are called up. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Calanche.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, I have a couple of questions. One, with respect to the follow home robberies, do you have a sense of whether or not these are organized crews or gang members that are involved in this, or is it just completely random?
We don't believe they're completely random. We do believe that there are organized groups of small groups of individuals. There's not an overall enterprise. Commonality of the individuals are that they're gang associates and gang involved, people with prior arrest histories involving violence. They primarily are coming from South Los Angeles as far as their residence and their past associations, and targeting locations. The highest rate of instances is in the west side of the city, followed by the central portion, the valley, and the area with the least impact, but still impacted by some follow-offs and follow-home has been the South Bureau, particularly the southwest area of the city.
Is there any particular time of day or night that these follow homes occur? I mean, are they're getting people from restaurants, from clubs, or just again daytime shoppers?
No, the majority of them, the vast majority, are occurring in the evening, early morning hours, and involve individuals that have gone to gone to restaurants and entertainment venues and have been followed home, and again late evening, early morning. We have had some follow home or follow off from some shopping centers and shopping areas such as the Melrose Corridor, the Topanga Plaza, and other large shopping areas known for high-end retailers. And those have been occurred in the later portion of the day, obviously the afternoon, early evening, and that those venues are typically not open into the late evening hours.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Chief, I have just one more question. It wasn't contained within your report, but it was contained within the Los Angeles Times this past weekend. It involved in part a lawsuit. I won't ask you about that particular aspect of the story, but I want to know about the automated license plate reader. It appeared to have, my words, a false hit on this particular vehicle that was driven. It was, in fact, a studio shuttle van for cast and crew, going back and forth to a television production. Do you have a sense of how often these automated license plate readers have these false hits? I mean, is this a problem that we should be looking into? Has a study been done? Should a study be done to determine whether or not these readers themselves have an issue with them that we should be looking into to try to resolve?
Well, without getting into the specifics of that case, I have a great deal of confidence in the automated license plate reader technology as a improvement, a capitalizing of technology on helping us identify vehicles that are involved in crimes or vehicles that are reported stolen. The mechanism of how that's done is that these readers sit generally on police cars, and they capture license plates of vehicles that the vehicle may pass, the black and white may pass, or that is a vehicle directly in front of them, and it then compares that license plate to a known list of vehicles that are wanted for various offenses, and that list is updated regularly, and provides the officer an alert that there's that type of hit. Now, those license plate readers also have a passive collection where they collect information on license plates of vehicles that may not give an active hit, but may form a database that these vehicles were seen. Those are primarily not used by the Los Angeles Police Department, but by private vendors that are used by repossession companies and others. Our function is by LPRs is typically to see vehicles that are known hits, and then that gives the officer a clue or a tip that they have such a hit, and then the officer builds from that the reasonable suspicion to conduct a stop. Now, there can be errors. I'm not prepared to give you the percentage. However, I believe it's extremely rare that a license plate reader has a false hit. And that error, however, can also be a human error. Officers have in the past, as they go to conduct a vehicle stop, misread a license plate or repeat it incorrectly to a radio operator, and that radio operator will come back and with that incorrect plate, and the officer will have the belief that he's got a stolen vehicle because it comes back as a Chevy because the officer misread the plate. So errors aren't just limited to technology. We have human errors as well, and we've had vehicle stops that result from that. And then the motorist is felt like, well, I've been wrong because the officer made a mistake. And to that end, we have training relative to what the officer's action should be in de-escalating the situation while at the same time providing for their safety. So this area is, I'm happy to give a more detailed brief as to how our training goes to the use of technology as well as the human interaction, and how we build on the use of that technology moving forward to provide for public safety by acting in a reasonable fashion. But it's not to say that such encounters, which last year we had 1.3 million encounters in traffic stops and detentions, that there's not an occasion in which an error can occur. But I do believe that those errors are a far exception and not a rule or an area of a 2, 3, or 5% error rate. I think that it's minuscule has been my experience.
To that point, Chief, there's always the notion of inputting data. Say, for example, my car was stolen, I call in, I report it. The person who takes the report, they can make a mistake in transposing numbers. And is it the input on the department side that then gets to the reader or a computer that the automated license plate reader is checking against a database? Is that how it works? I'm just trying to glean an understanding.
The LPR system, or there, by the way, there are different vendors or contractors that provide this service to law enforcement agencies across the country. It takes an image and it essentially converts that image by recognizing the letters and the makeup of the plate, and it enters that into a database of captures. And then it compares that, for instance, if your license plate is 123 ABC, it captures that. It recognizes the California plate ABC 123. If you, as a motorist, own that plate, California plate ABC 123, and your car is stolen, you call the Los Angeles Police Department, and we enter that plate as now a stolen into the stolen vehicle system. That forms a stolen vehicle system lookup database that's updated regularly, I mean daily or even more frequently than that. And then that database is then compared against that LPR capture. And if there's a match, then you have a hit. And it's a hit that then the officer builds from as to a reasonable suspicion to conduct a vehicle stop. Now, there can be errors or mistakes along the way. Our effort is to minimize or eliminate those whenever possible. And again, without commenting on the specifics of this case, our officers, however, are acting in good faith. Generally, that the hit is that this process has worked and that's reliable.
Thank you very much, Chief. I have no further questions at this time. Madam Secretary, let's open it up for public comment. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is caller ending 4952, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is T. Garrow, Stop LAPD Spine Coalition. So on the agenda today, what I'm going to talk about is the ABLE program and the donation that we see today to LAPD for $1 million of the implementation of this training. So ABLE stands for Active Bystander for Law Enforcement. This was created by Georgetown Law's innovative policing program and the law firm Shepard Mullen. And the notion of the training is that cops should be trained to intervene. This is the notion when they see other cops doing something harmful or becoming harmful in a situation and that they need to step back. So that's the premise of the training. But my question to you more, and my question to the folks at Georgetown Law who are here to present today, who created this program, is how far do you think this intervention training is going to go? Training cops to intervene when other cops see something being done wrong or are doing something wrong, when as an institution, LAPD is unable to intervene when cops are doing wrong, is unable to admit when cops are doing wrong. As an institution and as a culture, from the top and at every level, LAPD does not and will not intervene or admit when harm is being done, when discrimination is being done, when racial profiling is happening. So this program talks about training cops to be able to have tough conversations with other cops about their actions. But you can't even admit to your own actions and the actions of cops. More, you can't even admit that cops racially profile people. That Ernest Simon Jr., the person who was stopped that is filing this lawsuit, was racially profiled, was harmed, was held on the ground at gunpoint. How that impacted him, how this happens all the time. It happens every day. There have been thousands of complaints of racist stops, racist policing stops filed against LAPD. There are hundreds filed every year, and they are always denied. You yourself, Moore, have indicated that the racism of LAPD is a perception in the minds of community members. This is the official stance of the LAPD, is that it is a perception. But you want $1 million to train cops to be able to intervene when they see something wrong happening. You're supposed to be doing that anyway. Georgetown Law, how dare you create this program to make it seem like the answer is to invest in cops more, when what we are demanding is that police are defunded, that police are abolished. We have seen these promises and these investments in training, and it never changes outcomes for the community. It never results in less racism, in less police murders. We understand this cycle of reform and investment in training. That reform is the state's response to deny people's demands and to allow policing to continue. We demand that LAPD is abolished. We reject this training. Abolish LAPD.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by caller ending 5521.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, 4 agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I appreciate the chief's report. I support that. And I support agenda items for A, B, C, and 5B. And on public comment, I still think it's important to get rid of this bluestone. It's corrupted, it's not fair. We don't want to see officers terminated over this, especially when there is services out there to provide testing for free. And everybody should have the right to put whatever they want in their body and not have it demanded. You know, if everybody was vaccinated, that'd be great, but that's not how it should work. It should work according to everyone's personal preference. And I'm very excited for the division that I'm volunteering with, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. I thank you for everything you guys are doing. And stay healthy, stay safe, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 5521, followed by Christian. Caller ending 5521, you're on.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, thanks. Just 1 and 2, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi, Bill Watkins here from Hollenbeck Division area, Northeast Los Angeles. Hope everyone's well. Just checking in to reiterate something I said a couple weeks ago and got cut off because I wasn't looking at a timer, and I'm still not, so I better talk sort of quick. We have police by consent since modern policing was formed in the UK. I have problems with how we do that and how we collect data, how we vote, how we make sure we're doing police by consent here. My main problem with where I live in all concerns, all matters, are police helicopters low over my home. You don't have my consent at all to ride your helicopters low over my home. In the LAPD mission statement, there is a concept, quality of life is there right at the end of the mission. I don't see how police helicopters flying low over our homes help our quality of life. In fact, I think that it hurts our quality of life. And I think we need a new study. The last one done on all this was in 1970, but touted still on your website in the history of air support as a good study and a current study. Let's do better. I love you guys. I'll never use curse words or denigrate you with slurs. And if anyone does that on the microphone here, you have my blessing to mute them. It's off topic, and we can do all of this civilly. Love you guys. Have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Christian, followed by Blue.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I want to say I support police. I support law and order. I think law and order is a good thing, and it's a God-given thing. I am not a plant. I do not have any family members in law enforcement. I'm a regular citizen, a Christian, and a concerned mother whose kids attend school and play in the parks of Los Angeles City. I want to know why the police commission is not posting letters on their website under public comment, even though these emails are submitted by the deadline each week. I am concerned about continual censorship and corruption within the Board of Police Commissioners. I think we need new leadership. However, I'm afraid a replacement could lead us more into higher crime under woke policies. We also need to get rid of our corrupt District Attorney, George Gascon. It must be difficult for officers to follow the law and arrest criminals just to see those criminals immediately back out on the street with no consequences. It emboldens these criminals to continually commit crime. Thank you for the update about the follow home robberies that you'll have officers undercover investigating. And on to COVID. I want to know how many officers have left LAPD for other states who gave them incentives to move there, and what is your plan to give incentive for people to join LAPD, and do you have a plan to reverse your policy on mandatory vaccine? As you stated, there's 6 new cases and 4 are officers who are fully vaccinated. So obviously it's ridiculous. You need to change your policy and apologize to all these hardworking officers who wanted to follow their conscience, which is from God, and you need to honor their religious exemptions. And thank you, and God bless everyone.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Blue, followed by T.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'll speak on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chief Moore. It's nice to have you back. I just want to start off by saying to, I believe, Deputy Chief Grimala, who was on last week filling in for you. It was, very, very sad. She was very disrespected and by a few callers last week, and it was unnecessary and uncalled for. So if you could just please pass the word and tell her on behalf of the community, LA community, we wish her the absolute very, very best. 37 years as a public servant. She's absolutely phenomenal. And if I don't think anyone could be the third of a person that she is. She's a powerful woman, an employee, and every girl and woman only wishes they just had her stance and her community leadership and her motivation and just her pride in her job. And she really is an inspiration. So on behalf of us, please let her know we wish her well, and the good people of Los Angeles also do as well. Chief Moore, I'd also like to say a big thank you, and I said this before, but you weren't present last week. Thank you to our police officers, LAPD, during the night of the Super Bowl, when some buffoons went out and ruined it for all of us and actually vandalized a bus and held those poor people hostage on the bus as they vandalized and tagged and scared those poor people to death who were just coming home from a hard day's work. That's what I call it, holding them hostage. So thank you for your for the LAPD officers who were there and really took it upon themselves to just stand back and until of course it got to a point where it was just absolutely ridiculous. Thank you for their community events. Thank you for the community support, and thank you to the officers that are working the sex trafficking divisions. We really appreciate that. Those who think sex trafficking is not real are just not living in a real world. Of course it is. It's sad. It's sad. There are outreach programs out there to help these young ladies that are being held against their will. Somebody was just arrested a couple weeks ago for taking a young lady over state lines to Sacramento, who beat her to death, horribly as he was taking advantage of her and taking her across state lines, a 12-year-old. So yes, it does exist, and we are out there to help these moms. And it's sad to hear that when people call in and say, it's just a cover up by LAPD. No, people, it's real. Trafficking is occurring. And until it's a 7-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 15-year-old, until it hits home, they'll know the real issues of what's happening in the streets.
Okay, thank you. Next we have T, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
power and strength to all the families that have lost loved ones by law enforcement, over 650 over a 7-year span, and not one pig has been held accountable. It's amazing to me how y'all can let pigs and people, pro-blue people, eat up public comment time here. We know how Zoom works. Y'all are regulating it, right? It's unconscionable. Y'all let people come on, talk about the DA that's not even on the agenda, items that aren't even the agenda, and you never interrupt the white people. But as soon as a black person or person of color speaks any truth, you shut them down. This propaganda circus dog and pony show is disgusting. Y'all want another $1 million for an ABLE program to stop police brutality and excessive force. You already get $3.8 billion a year. You had another 250 million increase, and now you want another $1 million for more training, not to kill our black and brown folks. This is ludicrous and freaking ridiculous. We need to dismantle this department and invest in our communities. The People's Budget LA has it all written out for y'all. The actually community did the city council's job, did the mayor's job, and mapped out where our city taxpayer money should go. And it's not to more law enforcement. Y'all keep eating our money. We have 70,000 homeless on the streets at any given night. I see elders and children and disabled people on the streets. Elders, can you imagine your old grandma or your grandfather or a young person for that matter, or a disabled member of your community with no legs and no arms? Defend for yourself out there on the street. It's disgusting. I mean, our homeless problem is humongous, and you keep asking for more money when we have no resources. We have no grocery stores in South LA. You go to certain neighborhoods and black and brown communities, there's no grocery stores or healthy foods because y'all keep eating up our budget. We absolutely need to say no to number 5B. No more ABLE programs, no more money for the police. We need to invest in our communities. More training doesn't work. Policing was grounded in slave catching. There's no reform in this evil. And you keep talking about the violence of the communities. What about the violence of the police department? What about the stolen guns from the LAPD store? What's going on with that, right? Who swatted Dr. Melina Abdullah's house? What's going on with that? What about the neighborhood you bombed in South LA and 2 people you killed, Ozzie Hutchinson and Ramon Reyes? What about Miss Valentina Peralta, the 14-year-old?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by caller ending 3146.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
We need the LAPD. The LAPD provides public safety. Public safety should not be a partisan issue. It applies to everyone. Modern policing is not derived from slave catching. Look up Sir Robert Peel. You might want to take a look at the history of policing. It's not derived from slave catching, and that's a maligning of today's police officer. Trying to malign our officers as racist or murderers is just inappropriate. They are public servants. They do the best they can under very difficult circumstances. Many of them lose their lives, and we should appreciate them. Now, there's good and bad in every group. No matter how you divide the human population, there's good and bad. There are great police officers, and there are officers that are not so good or terrible or corrupt and everything in between. Now, getting to the COVID statistics, only 6 new cases. That's not many. And last week, Chief Kamala mentioned there were 6, and 5 out of the 6 were vaccinated. Chief Moore mentions that 4 of 6 were fully vaccinated, which probably means that they were all vaccinated to some degree, maybe not fully vaccinated. It's time to look at this issue with compassion and really have an amnesty for officers who decided for religious or moral or ethical reasons, or medical reasons, that they should not inject something into their body. They obviously had a strong opinion about it, and to have Bluestone get a no bid contract, and it's all about money. It's a form of corruption. So let's have an amnesty for those officers. And personnel stats, we need every officer we can get. Obviously, crime, if you look at the crime stats, and I encourage everybody to look at them and look at the CompStat mapping. If you look at Central Division, that's the first one, number one, which is ranked 21 in the city out of 21 divisions. It looks like a canopy of crime by dots. You can't even see the streets. There are so many crime icons above, like a canopy of crime. So let's talk about those issues. We really need better community policing, better communication. Gun crime is a distraction to a certain degree. Yes, gun crime is important, but crime in itself, no matter what the tool or instrument. The officers are making arrests. They're not being prosecuted. The arrests are not, there are no consequences because of George Gascon, the DA, who should be recalled, and Mike Fewer, the city attorney, who doesn't prosecute the crimes. Where are their public meetings? We need more public meetings at LAPD, whether it's virtual or whoever, and we need public meetings with the city attorney and the district attorney. We need some transparency about what's going on in this city. And
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146, followed by Javier.
Hi, is that me?
Hi, yes. What items did you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the MOUs, chief report, the public input.
3 minutes.
Great. Now, that's 2 weeks of no use of force, and that speaks to improvement, even though there's still a lot of things I need to talk about that I don't appreciate. And let's see. I said Miller was shot dead. He had a fake gun, and I changed his name to Rodriguez, and he was shot dead in the back alley. But actually, he was not shot dead. But he was shot. But he had a fake gun. Okay. Essentially, he was unarmed. Right. And in these MOUs, some of this stuff, there were 45 OISs. 20 of them were fatal. 9 cases were set for termination. That kind of stuff. We'll be talking about that in a few seconds. And let's see. One of the problems is in the unarmed or fake gun kind of stuff is that police don't have any real body armor. You see, the PPL is really not looking out for the police department. I am. Because I'm sick of people that are unarmed getting shot dead when really the police department could have done something slightly different. So one thing the LAPD has been used for, which is hard to prove, is to drive down property values by making a community crime ridden, and then the developer gets to come in and do the development. That's been bad. So in the Women's Month, they overlooked Guatemala. And Soboroff said that he had a conversation with Guatemala about that. You know, that needed a cam, Soboroff. You and Guatemala needed it so we could hear that conversation you had. And this still speaks to the good old mentality, good old boy mentality, how the chief fronts what the public hears and thinks that justice is being done. But then when it's out of the media, out of sight, out of mind, that decision is changed by an MOU. But you see what I'm saying? But few people know about this, and that's how they're getting away with it. Do you know that out of policy and then someone died is a murder? And they picked this chief, right? Remember the mayor and the chief lied to us? And through all of this, he still gets $1 million too. Doesn't matter what happens, right? So this stuff goes to a rights board. And then they change. And so now murder is not murder. And that's rewriting the definition of words. By what authority is that done? Eileen was talking about authority. Where's that authority come from? This means that the city charter murders, Eileen. Do you know that? You got to look at that. See, one of the things I spoke to is that the training sucks. You need to improve. It's been improvement, but it's been too slow, right? But one thing I wanted to point out, that was a 6-year study, and only 66 employees were out of policy out of 10,000.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby, followed by Richie.
Hi there, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. COVID's still a topic. Why? Is it because of the possible corruption going on within the LAPD? Chief of Police, Bluestone? Why is it that it's being swept under the rug? You know, we never hear this commission talk about Bluestone. Stop the masking, no more mandates, and all officers who were impacted by the mandates, they deserve amnesty, as all do all city and county employees. I do support all the donations to the LAPD. I look forward to hearing about ABLE today. That's going to be an interesting one. I do feel there is a serious gap in communication with the community. Most residents I speak with have no idea how to or when to contact police other than using 911. I share the non-emergency number quite often. The community feels ignored on many issues. One in particular, Chief Moore, is when Monica Rodriguez influenced your decision to move Senior Lead Officer Cesar Contreras. You nor Deputy Chief Hamilton took the community's best interest in mind, and that's a disgrace. It was an insult telling the community it was a personnel issue. The community demands our Senior Lead Officer Contreras to be put back in his original and rightful area. Back on the communication gap between the community and the LAPD, the website, it's always out of date and could be more user-friendly with useful information that's updated weekly, that's easy to reach. 98% of community members in the Northeast San Fernando Valley support having a strong police force. Police morale is more important than ever, and we need to support our officers. Let's hire more qualified officers. Let's drop the identity politics, and let's see no other color than blue. Oh yeah, recall George Gascon. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by caller ending 7742.
Hi, yes, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Richie Serjanko with the People's City Council. I do want to uplift the fact that, you all have been so quick to cut off callers like Jason and Baba Akili for being quote unquote off topic. However, when someone brings up Gascon, you let them keep going. But this is in relation to items 5A and 5B about the 1 million in training for LAPD to supposedly learn to intervene when other cops are committing harm against a person. Well, this is hopefully for the Georgetown folks to answer later on. Why do they think cops would want to successfully intervene to prevent harm? Cops only exist to perpetuate harm within our communities. And so I'm a lawyer myself. And so seeing language like this, it kind of makes me wonder why it's written in such a way. This study obviously is meant to somehow reform the police. Yet every example we have is that the police don't want to be reformed. The Georgetown Law Center claims this program will, it's for attempting to cover up the inherent brutality and inhumane nature of policing. Implementing a training program to teach police to stop each other from doing harm is refusing to face the facts that police are the problem. We don't need training or more time for LAPD. We need to divest from policing. We need community investment into services and programs that are life-affirming and not threatening. And so I honestly wonder, the Georgetown folks that are going to come in and talk about this, I hope they can address the fact or talk about why they think LAPD or any police officers are willing to be reformed ever. Is there proof of, or excuse me, not willing to be reformed. Is there proof that officers want to successfully intervene to prevent harm? How about those 11 CHP officers that choked someone out the other day or a few years ago and the video came out? How about George Floyd? Those officers all stood around and watched them do it, you know? How about all of those officers that were around William Dorsey Jones when he went fucking guns blazing and shot and killed 14-year-old Valentina Oriana Peralta? I don't think that these officers want to prevent harm, especially those under Chief Moore. Fuck you, Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 7742, followed by Hamid Khan.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items?
I'd like to, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to start off by saying that the majority of the people of Los Angeles support LAPD. They are the best trained and most even-handed in the United States. 5A, I very much look forward to the presentation. There's always room for improvement, and this is looking good. And as far as the rest of the agenda items and the donations to LAPD, that it looks really good. As far as the chief's report, I'm asking that you please stop the madness of coerced vaccinations. The vaccinations lose its effectiveness in a month's time at best. At the present time, the majority of folks who are being infected by COVID are vaccinated. So why would we fire the unvaccinated? Data is showing recovered infection patients have superior and robust protection. At the beginning of COVID, before we really knew what it was, and before the emergency use vaccinations, our officers showed up, did their job, did their work, and served us heroically. Many contracted COVID and survived. Yes, we did lose some. May they rest in peace, for they all gave to us during a time of unknowns. Please do not decimate public safety by firing our officers over this COVID situation. Firing our seasoned and well-trained officers will leave us more vulnerable to crime. At this present time, no one is protected by these variants at this point in time, no matter how many times one has been jabbed. The data is coming in. Please pay attention to it. It is fluid and it's changing. Please pause this madness until full data comes in. The safety profile is not what was hoped, per the CEO of Pfizer. Please do not be a part of crimes against humanity with the largest experiment on mankind. It is not working. Reducing our police force will endanger our police themselves and citizens as organized crime has taken hold in our communities. I also request amnesty for all officers who have lost their jobs.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Nini.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I want to start off by this very casual conversation that Briggs and Moore had at the top of after the police chief's report about the use of license plate reader. And it's really pathetic that a person who was just a second away from being shot and killed like we have talked about it in our report before the bullet hits the body, with the conditions on the ground that are being created with people jumping in, out with guns drawn, that the conversation shifted more towards the mechanics and the issue of a false positive, rather than looking at that how these technologies are rife with the intent to cause harm, and they are created for that. So in essence, where we are today is, rather than thinking about the safety of human life, the dignity of human life, but rather than thinking about that, we are more stuck in the execution of a particular plan or a program, rather than thinking that this person could have been a minute away or a few seconds away from being shot and killed. This is what the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition has always been lifting, that you can't fix these things. You just can't. I mean, you know, the license plate reader going back to 2010, 2011, with over $200,000 grant from the Police Foundation, first tested, of course, where else but in Skid Row, has been used and you know, continues that how these technologies are causing harm. It reminds me of facial recognition technology that we're still talking about, and how ironic is that we are talking about that, whether facial recognition can really understand the whole diversity, that whether it can properly read a black face or properly read an Asian face, rather than the whole thing that it will cause harm and it cannot change. Which brings me to this whole issue of this ABLE piece. Now, let's go back. Now, Matt Johnson, with a lot of pomp and show when he was president of the commission, just kind of presided over this de-escalation policy. There was a lot of, just press conferences. The mayor was out. At that time, Beck was out and everything else. And here we are again, back to de-escalation. Let's go back to 2000, the Democratic National Convention. Let's go back to 2007, the May Day, just violence of police. Each and every time, it's the same thing. Give us more money. Yeah, of course, we'll give $100,000 to the academy, who are deeply complicit in this thing, but $900,000 has to go for overtime. Which brings me to this Georgetown Law School Center for Innovation and Community Safety, which very just cleverly changed their name from Innovating Policing Programs, which is pretty common. We saw what predictive policing company Pretpol did. And we lift this in our report, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Land, that how these rebranding maneuvers, turning predictive policing, in this case of Pretpol, into using data to more transparent, accountable, and effective, are strategies to make policing more durable. So here we are again talking about academic complicity and the role of the reformers in this.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Nini.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying that the ABLE training, I mean, just the fact alone that we're willing to continue to pay $1 million for more training, and the active language of bystanders, when we know that from its core and from the policies, LAPD doesn't care about our communities and continues to stalk our communities. It continues to surveil and to murder folks on a daily basis. And so it doesn't, as Hamid was saying, right, the Georgetown Law Center, which was previously known as the Innovative Policing Program, is doing the exact same thing as far as utilizing and creating these kind of the illusion, right, of reform being able to somehow resolve and to resolve the inception, or to like resolve the ongoing violence that LAPD is intended to do, and it's to its core creates. And so $1 million, I mean, it's only going to continue to strengthen that. How much overtime, how much de-escalation trainings for decades have existed, and yet we continue to see the continued harming of our communities. You eat at the budget and you continue to utilize all these new gadgets and tools to continue to surveil our communities, where we know that even in your own disciplinary records, which you rarely talk about, but you can look at in the website, how many officers, even with sexual violence and assaults in both on duty and in their own personal lives, have either been allowed to retire early, or there are rarely any disciplinary hearings or any actions that are taken place, because it's, of course, that violence is to the core of it. And so I also want to raise the hypocrisy of being able to have training programs supposedly to help with creating this image that LAPD cares, when in fact you continue to at the same time promote people like Ryan Lee, who had murdered Grishario Mack in an anchor zone during LAPD's predictive policing program, Operation Laser, that was initially found out of policy by the police commission, who was promoted and now or helped to write the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what happens when at the same time murderers, folks that stalker communities, folks that cause so much harm are also promoted, and at the same time you create this, you partner with nonprofits, academics to say, oh well, we're looking at this, we're training our folks, when we know that it's to the core rotten. So there is no training, there is no reform, there is no packaging of programs to say nice community policing, when we know that you are all violence, whether it's a police commission, whether it's the police department.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 5417. Caller 5417, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
The chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
We need to have checks and balances here as far as the police department goes and the political atmosphere that we're having here. It doesn't make, I mean, council office and CD7 cannot control every aspect of our lives. They cannot control our police department. It's obvious that they seem to be favoring the criminal over the law-abiding citizen. I mean, today I've been having problems with Foothill Division. They don't seem to come out, don't see my senior lead officer. He disappears. He doesn't contact me when there's a problem. I don't know what to do. I don't know how the system works as far as community policing, but this seems like community avoidance. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin.
And Zach Sherwin will be the last call, Madam Secretary.
Okay.
All.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Regarding ABLE, the issue with LAPD is not that the police are $1 million of training short of being well trained. Georgetown academics who are listening in, shame on you for providing this veneer of respectability and data to what's going to result in just more money to perpetuate a problem that is lethally racist. The issue with this police department is a culture of lack of accountability from the top on down. I mean, Chief Moore, we know that you don't even think that the responsibility for George Floyd's murder is on the officers who are now going to be trained to intervene when they see something. As we all remember, the chief said that that murder is as much as on the hands of protesters as it is the officers. Which version of what's in your heart should we have believed, Chief? What you said initially before you knew you were going to get in trouble, or your spineless post-uproar retraction? Being in charge of a multi-billion-dollar organization doesn't make you any less absurd and pathetic since the moment you heroically shouldered your civic duty and came out of retirement with your drop payment bulging in your pocket. Moving on to other agenda items, just in case anybody needed yet another example of how little danger this police department is in of being defunded, no matter how loudly they squeal about it. As soon as they can flush this public comment period down the toilet after I'm done speaking, the commissioners are going to rubber stamp through as a consent agenda item $4,500 in polo shirt donations. That's $4,500 for polo shirts that the cops don't have to spend out of their budget. And yet we're sounding the alarm about defunding, which isn't happening anyway. Fittingly, for a shirt that you wear to play an equestrian sport, it's a bunch of horse shit. This 45-minute time limit on comments before we've heard the discussion on agenda items remains the height of absurdity for a commission that professes to be the citizen's voice in police affairs. Last week, the final caller didn't pick up their phone and take the opportunity to give public comment. And instead of going to a different caller, Commissioner Briggs, perhaps to give more of the citizens the chance to use their voices, you ended the comment period early. You're the worst, Briggs, tied for the worst. I think it's telling that the person who appointed all of you commissioners is our sanctimonious, lying, cowardly, sexual assault covering mayor. I also want to lift up that I hear people who are critical of the police get cut off from making their comment, especially Black and brown people. But when pro-police callers start ranting about coerced vaccinations being experiments against mankind and how long vaccines remain effective, and recalling George Gascon and how law and order is a God-given right and you should cut people off for using profanity, and you just let it all roll on as if it's quote unquote on topic. Really interesting, especially you, Commissioners Briggs and Decker, the two most likely to break in with an urgent tone. The LAPD is a racist institution that came out of slave catching and it needs to be defunded and abolished. I yield the rest of my time to the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That ends public comment. At this time, we'll turn to item 3 on the agenda. I move that we find the following. While on February 22nd, 2022, the governor issued a proclamation rescinding various COVID-related provisions, the COVID-19 state of emergency declared by the governor on March 4th, 2020, is still active and remains in effect. The continued state of emergency and the persistence of the highly contagious COVID-19 variants in Los Angeles County, as reported by the CDC COVID-19 tracker, create circumstances that directly impact the ability of board members to meet safely in person. Additionally, on March 1, 2022, the City Council found that the state of emergency directly impacts the ability of all City Brown Act bodies to meet safely in person. In accordance with AB 361, this Brown Act body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to health and safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of board members to meet safely in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. At this time, we will go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Do any commissioners have questions about any of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I move that we adopt the recommendations for all the consent agenda items. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to item 5 on the regular agenda items. We'll bring up items 5A and B at this time. Good morning, Deputy Chief Reyna and Dr. Pennell. Good morning. How are you both?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. Good. Are we able to bring up Mr. Jonathan Aroni?
I do believe he was given an 11 o'clock start time, so I'm going to check in with him right now and see if he can come on a little sooner.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Briggs, I also sent him a message and told him that we're on right now, so hopefully he's getting that message.
Okay, great. Rather than wait, Deputy Chief Reyna, do you want to go ahead and get started?
Sure.
Or should we wait?
We can start. I think we have enough between Dr. Fidel and I to discuss it. So good morning to commissioners, to Chief Moore, Mr. T-Fank, and Inspector General. As you can see, Dr. Pinnell is here, our Director of Police Training and Education, and I see that Mr. Jonathan Roney is coming on right now. Let's give him a second to get settled.
Great. Mr. Roney, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Is my sound and video working adequately, even though it's not aligned perfectly?
It's working fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
So again, I'd like to introduce Mr. Roney, who's with Georgetown Law and the Director of the Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement Project. I want to give thanks to the Los Angeles Police Foundation, who funded this project for us. We're excited to get into this training for our department personnel. This course of study is going to cultivate a skill set that will apply not only to use of force situations for our department employees, where there's a duty to intervene, but additional situations that can potentially cause harm to officers of the community and would benefit from peer interventions such as suicide prevention, overdriving, and things like workplace conflict. So we're excited about the training. We're excited about rolling this out to our employees. And I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Roney at this time, who's going to give a short presentation regarding the program.
Great.
Sure, that sounds good. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you. I'm sitting here in Los Angeles, actually, even though my office is in DC. I would have loved to have seen everyone in person, but Zoom will have to do. I'm delighted to talk about ABLE. I can just talk for a while, or I can throw up a few slides. I'm perfectly happy just to chat. Do you? Why
don't you do both, Mr. Roney? We have time.
Okay, very good. Well, let me give a brief history, and then I'll throw up a few slides. And if I take too long, you'll just cut me off, I'm sure. So first to clarify, I'm Jonathan. I'm a partner at Shepherd Mullen, and Shepherd Mullen is one of the two co-founders of ABLE. So I'm not the director of ABLE. I'm the chairperson of the board of advisors of ABLE and one of the two co-founders of ABLE. ABLE, as I think you know, stands for Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement. We've actually been doing this for some time, and I think the history is worthwhile here because we started this back in 2016 in New Orleans. And when I say we, I don't mean me. This was created under a different name called EPIC by police officers and community members working together. And I think that's what really brought me into this, to see something that the community and the civil rights and the social justice community and the police officers both wanted. You know, this was at a time, 2016, much like today, where it's hard to find something that the police and the community both want. And so when police officers and deputy chiefs and community members came and asked me if I would lend a hand, the reason they asked me is I'm the federal monitor over the New Orleans Police Department. They asked if I would lend a hand on a project they wanted to try. I said yes right away, and I've done this on a pro bono basis ever since. So we created it in New Orleans, and we started seeing results. We started seeing quick adoption by the police officers and the community. And we continued this program for some time, but no one outside, very few agencies outside New Orleans jumped at the opportunity to participate. And then fast forward to the killing of George Floyd, and we received probably 100 calls from agencies within a week. I'm not exaggerating. And we knew we needed a national platform to meet that sort of demand. And so Shepherd Mullen and Georgetown University Law Center got together, and we created ABLE as a national platform to do what EPIC in New Orleans was doing, but improve upon it and bring it to the country was our goal. ABLE was launched in July 2020. Our first training program was in September of 2020. And interestingly, the Los Angeles Police Department reached out to us pretty quickly. And that was great to see that the interest coming from such a well-known department. But LAPD did not sign up right away. But very quickly we had 50 agencies sign up, and then 100 agencies sign up. And as I sit here today, we have about 220, I think. But then after things have been going for a while, Luann Pinnell, who I know you all know, I see her here, reached out to me. And I think that was probably early to mid 2021. And I have to admit, I hope I'm not embarrassing her, but I was just taken by her commitment and passion to bringing this to Los Angeles. And I started to work with her, as did my colleagues at ABLE. And that brought us to, I think, where we are here. So just a little bit of the history, and a big thanks to Luann and to her colleagues, and obviously Michael Moore and his colleagues. And so with that, I think it might be useful if I tell you a little bit about the program and how it works. And I have a couple of slides. If my technical expertise works, I'll give it a shot. And please interrupt as you see fit. William, I'm looking at you as I say this, but can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see them.
Okay, very good. It starts very simple here, the Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement project. And it starts with kind of some simple, straightforward goals, right? We want to prevent harm, we want to help transform culture, and we want to strengthen communities. And we do that in a very methodical, evidence-based way. So what ABLE is a program that authorizes and empowers law enforcement to intervene in another officer's actions, regardless of rank. At the very basic level, that's what it is. ABLE is about the bystander officer more than it is about the officer taking the action. It teaches evidence-based tactics and strategies on how to do it. And this is where ABLE differs from, say, a duty to intervene training. Historically in this country, we've trained on the duty to intervene, and that's failed miserably, frankly, across the whole country. ABLE is less about the duty and more about the how. It's educating and empowering people to overcome the very strong inhibitors to action. And it's using a lot of experience in social science to help officers understand how to overcome those inhibitors. And then finally, protecting the officers who do this, because if an officer intervenes and then gets punished for it, obviously, this doesn't work. We have three pillars of ABLE, at least that's what we call them, pillars. And it's really the three contexts in which ABLE operates. One is teaching the skills and strategies of intervention to prevent misconduct. And we all know what that could look like, right? We can look at the George Floyd video and we can understand how an intervention could have prevented misconduct. But ABLE is equally about using intervention skills to reduce mistakes. And in fact, we start the program with a case study about a horrible mistake an officer made that led to the death of another officer, while 10 bystander officers stood by and didn't correct that mistake. And as a result of that inaction, a really good officer is dead. And that's an example of how intervention skills can reduce mistakes. And then the third pillar, as important as the other two, is how intervention skills can promote officer health and wellness. I think you all know the horrible statistics about officer suicide, right? More likely to die of suicide than a line of duty death. And there are a whole list of very sad and troubling statistics like that. And yet, police officers, frankly, like my profession, lawyers, we're not very good at intervening when we see a colleague in distress. And we've never been taught how. And so the same intervention skills that help in those first two pillars help in the third pillar as well. Now, importantly, ABLE is not just a training program, though, and we could have left it at that, but then we have the risk that agencies use it as window dressing, and we refuse to let that be the case. So what we did is we created a mission that goes beyond training, and we created an approach that focuses on holistic cultural change. And the way we did that is by building standards into the program. So if I'm still forwarding through my slides properly, you should see it's a commitment slide, which I hope you do.
Yes, we do.
And this is really important to us because for too long, agencies have just they've taught intervention as though it's a PowerPoint. And this is not unique to any one agency. Agencies across the US have just, here's your duty, go out and do it right. Can you imagine if we taught firearms the way we've taught intervention in this country? We'd say to someone, here's a gun and here's a PowerPoint, now go out and make sure you don't shoot the wrong people. Like that, sadly, is how we've taught intervention. So we wanted to make sure that intervention would be taught meaningfully and be part of a holistic solution. So we built in these standards, and any agency that wants to join ABLE has to commit to these 10 standards. You don't just get to say you're doing ABLE. I won't go through all of them, but I will highlight a couple of them because I think they're particularly meaningful. One is, in order to even get in ABLE, you have to have a letter of support from your chief, a letter of support from your mayor, and 2 letters of support from credible community groups. And I have to give a major call out to the LAPD here, because your application went above and beyond. And I believe that you put together 15 letters of community support on behalf of your application. And that gives us great confidence that you're thinking about ABLE the right way. There's also a component where the training has to be done correctly. It has to be done with full fidelity to the model. You don't get to tweak it or change it. There are certain policies and procedures that have to be in place. Frankly, most of them the LAPD probably already has, so that's not going to be a heavy lift for you. Another very important one is you have to have dedicated internal coordination. You have to have someone who is running the program internally, who then interacts and liaises with our program manager on the ABLE side. This is someone, frankly, who is responsible and passionate about the program, but it's also someone who can be held accountable. And if we don't see an agency taking it seriously, we will be on the phone very quickly. And in fact, some of you might have read in the newspaper that there was an agency that was recently removed from the ABLE program because we didn't believe they were taking all these standards seriously. So we mean this, and these standards are there because the community and the police created ABLE together. And together they said, we need something to make sure this is focusing on cultural change and not just training. Training alone will never change culture. Now, really quickly, just a little bit about where we've seen ABLE going. I concede I haven't updated all these numbers in a little bit, but it still gives you an idea. Because ABLE is the train the trainer model, there's actually quite a big impact. So we have about 220 agencies in the program. Collectively, those 220 agencies represent, I think we're at about 150,000 officers now. Those 150,000 officers serve a population of, at least last I checked, about 70 million people. We're also working on some statewide efforts, which get the number even higher. But it's a very powerful, train the trainer approach is very powerful. However, in order for it to work, the integrity of the program and the fidelity of the model is critical, which is why I think we've spent so much, Luann and I have spent so much time working together to make sure that when LAPD does go into ABLE, they are ready not only to succeed, but frankly to be, one of the best in the nation. And I don't say that about everything about LAPD, I will admit, but I will say that I've been very impressed at how the Los Angeles Police Department has gone about thinking through, evaluating, and then committing to the success of ABLE. I'll leave it with this, and then I'm happy to answer as many questions as you all have. But one of the other things that's been very, very humbling and empowering for me is to look through the organizations that have submitted letters of support on behalf of their agencies, or the corporations that have come to the table. This is at a time, frankly, where corporations are quite afraid to support police, sadly. And it's at a time where community groups and social justice groups are afraid to support police. And yet, ABLE has brought people together. It's brought people from all sides of the spectrum who might not agree on a whole bunch of things, but who do agree that teaching active bystandership in a meaningful way, in a holistic way, is good for everybody. And so I'm very proud of kind of this. This is just a small subset of the people who have come to support ABLE. So I'll stop it with that because I'd much rather spend my time answering things that are important to you and questions. So have at it.
Thank you, Mr. Roney. Dr. Purnell, thank you very much for shepherding this project through, and Deputy Chief Reyna, I really appreciate that as well. Mr. Roney, so of the, 220 agencies that have signed up so far, how many have actually completed the program, or at least the trainers or training the officers? How many of those have you completed?
That's a great question, and please call me Jonathan.
Oh.
Many of the smaller agencies are through with the program, not surprisingly. The larger agencies generally are not through with the program. I think the Philadelphia Police Department is a great example of an agency that has made great progress. I think they're more than 50% done, and it's obviously a rather large agency. NYPD, yeah, I hate to say it, they beat y'all to it. So the NYPD is, well, they have 38,000 officers, but I think there may be a third to a half through the program, through the training. I think most agencies, most larger agencies are kind of in that category. I bet Washington, D.C. is pretty far along. They have a lot of trainers. I don't think any of the really large agencies are finished training their folks. And remember this also, and this is really important. To say they're done is not the correct statement, because once you train your people, you're not done. And Michael and I have talked about that for a long time, and we're all on the same page here, right? This is a lifelong effort. And so even our agencies, in fact, we've had one who called us and said, we're done. And we had to explain to them that, no, you're just getting started, right? You've trained your people, but culture change takes a while. And so yeah, long-winded answer to a simple question. Apologies.
No, I appreciate it. And I'll just ask one more question before I turn it over to some of the other commissioners here. You spoke to teaching officers how to successfully intervene. And I think that is the secret sauce of this program. Can you just give us one more example of the how? Because you're correct. I mean, it's human nature to have these inhibitors when you're part of an organization, and you're asking someone not to do something that, oh, wait a minute, do you even feel comfortable with that? So what is the how?
Sure.
What are you teaching these officers to do?
Well, that's a great question. I'll give one of many examples, but first, let me just say your point of these inhibitors is so important. It is a big mistake for us to act like intervening is easy. If it were easy, everyone would do it, and they don't. If it were easy, clergy would do it regularly, and they didn't. If it were easy, doctors and lawyers would do it regularly, and they didn't. So it's clearly not easy, and there are these powerful inhibitors that make it harder, but history tells us there are ways to overcome them. And here's just one that I'll share with you. This is one that was used by the airline industry and the military. So they had a problem, right? Pilots would be about to make critical errors, maybe even flying into the side of a mountain, say, as Malcolm Gladwell wrote about, or something less tragic than that. And you'd have the co-pilot not willing to correct the pilot. Well, in class, we talk about why, right? And we actually kind of play a little game, and the officers love talking about problems with other professions. And I don't say that facetiously, like I feel the same way, right? I'm much more comfortable talking about other people's human failings than my own. And so we can use this as a great learning model. So we couldn't get the co-pilots to intervene. And also, we don't want the co-pilots to intervene willy-nilly. We don't want every decision of a pilot to be second guessed. That doesn't make any sense either, just like we don't want nurses to second guess every decision of a surgeon. So we needed something in that industry that empowered and authorized the intervention, but also didn't turn everything into a mutiny. So what they created was an escalation approach for intervention. We call it PACT, P-A-C-T. PACT stands for probe, alert, challenge, and take action. And it's a model. It's a way to think about how to escalate an intervention when time permits. Sometimes you have to go from P to T in 2 seconds, but most of the time you have a little time to escalate your intervention. So a probe, which by the way, all young officers do naturally these days, is to maybe ask your supervisor why he or she is doing something. Let's be specific. Let's take the situation of a use of force in the field that was a legitimate use of force, and then you're back in the station and the senior officer is not filling out the use of force report. And the junior officer sees this, but is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. How do I correct the sergeant? Right? Well, it starts maybe with a simple probing question, right? Hey, Sarge, I completed my use of force report. Is yours done? Okay, is that a mutiny? No. Is that calling someone an idiot? No. Is it calling someone a criminal? No. Is it going to solve the problem always? No. But is it going to solve the problem some of the times? Yes. Now, if that doesn't work, then maybe we work up to an alert. And that might be 5 seconds later, it might be 5 minutes later. It's, hey, I'm looking at your report. You didn't mention the use of force. Don't you think we should do that? If that doesn't work, you go to a challenge. Sarge, we have to do this. Like, this is our job. This is our commitment. We're both going to get in trouble. And then at the end of the day, just like the co-pilot who finally says to the pilot, if you do not turn this plane around, I will take control of this aircraft. Right? We don't want to ever get there, but do we have to? Sometimes, yes. Same thing in policing. You don't stop what you're doing, I will take control of this aircraft, right? I will call the lieutenant. I will fill out the report myself. I will remove your knee, like whatever it is that has to be done. So if we think about an intervention as an escalating approach where time permits, it gives officers more comfort, it gives them more tools, it gives them more abilities. And that's what ABLE is all about, as many tools as we can give the officers so they can use as best they can the right ones in the right times. So that's one example of a very concrete tactic that officers love because it makes them realize that an intervention is not a mutiny.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. At this time, I want to ask my colleagues whether or not they have any questions for you, Dr. Purnell or Chief Reyna. I'll start with you, Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I appreciate it. And my thanks to everyone involved in bringing this to us, before us today, Dr. Purnell, Chief Reyna, Chief Moore, Commissioner Briggs, and the Police Foundation, without whom we could simply not do this. So many, many thanks. And Mr. Aroney, thank you as well. I do have a number of questions. And I think some of these are for the department, some for Mr. Aroney as well. First, sir, and I think this would be to you, Mr. Aroney, when you talk about, and I'm not asking you the specifics of why a department was removed, but what I am asking is I take from that there's an ongoing participation by ABLE, a review of how a department is doing, whether it's completing the training, whether it is institutionalizing the culture change, things like that. I wonder if you could explain that a little bit, and how do you measure success of a department? And I will then ask the department as well how you're going to measure success of this training. I can think, of some concepts that we'd like to institutionalize, but I'd like to understand how we're going to measure it and whether we're on track. So, Mr. Aroney, if you don't mind, you first.
Sure, and please call me Jonathan. So you're obviously great questions, and the one about measuring success is particularly interesting because when ABLE works best, nothing happens, right? It's rather hard to measure the success of something that didn't happen, but we've thought through that. So let's see, your first question: how do we check in on agencies? First, I admit imperfectly. Okay, I'm going to start there. When we created this, we have not a large group. We until we had some large agencies, we've done it kind of as best we could when we started. And so what we did is the two community letters, in a sense, empowers the community to help us, not to participate in the training, but to be able to contact the chief and say, hey, I wrote this letter of support for you. How is it going? So that's part of the answer, right? Empowering the community to check in. The other thing we do, even though imperfectly in the past, is we will call the project managers and we will divide them up among our whole team and a bunch of volunteers. And we have pro bono volunteers from companies and law firms. And we'll call the project managers and check in. Or we'll say, have you done this yet? Your 10 standards, let's walk through them. Tell me whether you've finished them yet. Show me an example of a letter from your chief that evidences tone at the top. These are not audits or investigations, but these are check-ins. Also, what we do is, now we're starting to do more of this, is we will visit agencies in person from time to time. These are not kind of unannounced drop-ins. we call the chief or we call the sheriff and we say, hey, we'd like to come over tomorrow. We'd like to watch one of your trainings. And every one of our agency has been remarkably open about that, because I think they're all very proud of what they're doing. This is something that they are as proud of as the community is proud of them. And what we found on some of these visits, it won't surprise you. ABLE's not an easy thing to teach because there's a lot of social science. And so the teaching is often imperfect, but that's okay, because it's almost always heartfelt and it's almost always a certain credibility. You know, when a credible officer who's been on the street is able to say, hey, if I had this when I was a kid, my career would have been different. So we go in and we look for those sorts of things. Now, we are increasing that now. Our staffing has gone up a little bit. We have more pro bono support. So we will be doing more check-ins this year. And we're excited about that. For LA though, you actually have more of our support than a lot of other agencies do, because we're actually entering into an MOU with LA like we did with New York. So you will have more support, more technical assistance, and frankly, more accountability, which we think is very important. So that's some of the ways we check in on the agencies. And we have received a call, only one, but a call from a community group who said to us about an agency, I don't know what they're doing. And it turns out the agency was doing okay, but they weren't keeping their community informed. And that was actually quite easy to fix. So that's a little bit about that one. Now, on how to measure success part, there are a lot of reasons right now to believe this is successful, right? What we have is we have years of positive anecdotes from New Orleans. And as the federal monitor, I see the videos. So I've seen with my own eyes this work. We also have probably 40 years of research by Dr. Staub and others who have really focused on the science of intervention. We have data-driven research from professions where the same sort of thing has been applied successfully. So the airline industry and the military, the medical profession, college campuses in the fight against sexual assault. So there are good data from those professions. Still not policing, but but equally hierarchical situations. Now, all that being said, we want to study every aspect of this, which is why we chose to put this at Georgetown University Law Center. And I believe actually we have two Georgetown University Law Center or Georgetown University grads on the call with us today, as I recall. But we wanted to make sure that it's at a place that will study this and not just be so enamored because they help run it. So we have a research advisory board. We work with agencies. So not only we help study it, but they study it as well. So in the MOU with LA, we'll be building in the way that LAPD is going to be studying it, just like we're doing in New York, how New York's going to study it. You know what? If at the end of the year, it turns out there's an even better way to do this, we will do it the better way, because we care more about the data than we do about the emotion or the kind of being invested in something. We're invested in preventing harm. So I hope that helped you. And of course, Luann and her colleagues can answer more about LAPD specific.
Thank you. Chief Reyna?
Sure. I'd just like to add on that. And again, obviously, we're going to work with Georgetown Law and the ABLE project, like they said, with the researchers and the data, but we can look at our data, Commissioner, when it comes to, for example, complaints related to excessive force or discourtesy, and reviewing those body worns, look at the numbers now, look at the numbers after that, where these people trained and still going out and there's allegations of excessive force or discourtesy and inappropriate conduct. Looking at, for example, traffic collisions, the overdriving of this, are those going down? Pursuits that may be out of policy because the partner doesn't want to intervene and say, hey, we're going too fast, or we shouldn't be doing these type of things. And we can see those body worns in the DICV, and we can see that data coming in. When it comes to your risk management and legal affairs, we have that risk management legal affairs division looking at internal conflict, personnel conflict when it comes to whether it's sexual harassment complaints, hostile work environment complaints internally, and then also any type of lawsuit or inquiry coming from the public regarding our conduct. And how is that that data starting now compared to after the training? Are those those instances reducing, the people involved have this training or not, and we'll be able to study that. So just some examples of how we can look at our data starting now when we're going to roll this out compared to, let's say, 6 months or a year into it, in these different silos, we call it, of these different situations, and work with the research team to analyze that data.
Dr. Pennell, did you want to add?
Just quickly, one of the things that makes me excited about the ABLE project is contributing to a national effort on increasing evidence-based policing. And by participating in this on a national effort, already I have colleagues across the country picking up, talking about how do you best implement, how do you best look at things afterward, the kind of anecdotal stories that they're hearing. And really what is so encouraging is that many officers are feeling like the investment in officer wellness and helping them to have a healthier, robust career. So I think that national effort in policing, the discussion groups that happen around not just this topic, but the kind of the building topics around it, puts us into a national conversation and helps us actually compare and contrast agencies across the country.
Thank you. And for Chief Reyna and Dr. Pennell, I wonder, how long do you anticipate to train the entire department? And of course, it doesn't stop there. As Mr. Aroni said, there'll be reinforcement afterwards and enduring, I assume, as well. Could you just explain a little bit about that?
Sure. So, and Dr. Pennell can also add on to this. We have to have our train the trainers session first. We're going to identify the 100 individuals that will become trainers on this to roll that out. And then we have met with the chief, and we'd like to try to roll this out and have everyone trained within an 8-month period, give or take in that, to all department personnel, both sworn and civilian. And then Dr. Pennell can elaborate on how we're going to continue this process, not only for recruits coming out, but continuing in-service training on a continuing basis to make sure that we're not just training one time and then that's it. We like we've discussed before in our after action reports, other things on a 2-year cycle is usually the best for us to bring people back through this training. So I'll let her take that from here.
Thank you. A couple things. Yeah. So the train the trainer is actually a 3-day train the trainer. They take this very seriously and they're giving us the support around that. We will have instructors from ABLE come and do our train the trainer, as opposed to having our instructors go off site to do this. So we'll be able, part of this contract or MOU is to have them deliver that to us specifically. It'll probably take a little while to get that first phase of the train the trainer going. We'll also make an effort. We talk about ambassadors, getting people out front of it. So we want to include the league, make sure that they're aware of what we're doing, but also our peer support team has already been doing peer intervention. We have roughly 250 peer support members. We want to train them up first so that they are aware and can be advocates in their divisions about what this is fully about. And then the command staff will be among the first to be trained. So once we have that kind of phase 1, then we'll roll out to everybody in the department. The way that we will come back, and there's a 2-hour refresher that is required. So we'll be working with ABLE on making sure that we meet the requirements for their 2-hour refresher. But as Chief Reyna already said, we have elements of intervention throughout our training. So we'll just make it robust and also kind of start using the same terminology. One of the things I would just mention that as Jonathan talked about the intervention effort, one thing is once we've trained the whole department, it'll become easier for someone else to recognize that they're receiving an intervention. So recognizing, and some of that is just part of stopping a situation and recognizing what's happening and being able to go, wait a minute, let me think about this again. So again, not waiting till it has to be at the highest level, perhaps we can prevent things much sooner at a lower level. I hope that answered that. Okay.
Can I add a word on that too?
Sure, go ahead.
Just for very brief, I think that's a really important point, because what we noticed in New Orleans was, and remember, this was back in a day when it was called EPIC rather than ABLE. I just want to say that, so what I'm about to say, you understand my terminology. But they, there was a saying about an officer came in the station and said, God, I had an EPIC myself out there. And what we were seeing, and it was an event where she did self-EPIC or self-ABLE, we would call it now. And it was neat to see, even though Abel is focusing on the bystander, there is a good reason to believe it is also infecting, and I mean that a very positive way, infecting the officers themselves. And we're continuing to watch that because we get more and more anecdotes suggesting that that is happening.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. My final question is to the Chief of Police, and just to ask him his perspective on this, as well as what he seeks to achieve overall. Chief.
Thank you, and I want to thank this entire engagement. I believe both the Georgetown effort as well as Dr. Pinnell, Mark Reyna have pursued this with thoughtfulness, with a long view. I also want to extend my appreciation, sincere appreciation, to the Los Angeles Police Foundation, who's without their engagement and this significant donation would not have allowed us to move this. This department over the last 2 years has engaged in substantial reforms and also added to it responsibilities of recognizing that a better trained and developed and informed officer is one that performs best in our communities and provides for the highest level of safety. ABLE, like these other commitments that we've made over the last 2 years, is a critical component of that, both not only for the action of the intervention or involving the partner in an engagement that might otherwise, because of human tendencies, be avoided, but just by the wellness of officers, that their confidence, that they work together, that they're committed to each other's safety and to the organization's wellness and going forward. So this is, and lastly, I really respect the obligation that we have here, not for this to be a one and done, that this is part of the cultural shift and continued evolution of this organization. And while in this profession, I believe there has been active law enforcement or active bystandership going on amongst our men and women. We work as a team. We are constantly our brother's keeper, if you will. This is the latest evolution of explaining that to the next generation of officers in a manner that we believe will build resilience and build a greater acceptance. And so I'm excited for this. I look forward to us launching this, which critical component is once anticipating this board's approval, as well as the commission, the city council support. And I know the mayor supports this as expressed by his letter of support, is critically identifying the next 100 trainers. And you have our commitment that this is going to be a critical component of us selecting right, intelligent, street standing people who are respected amongst this profession to step into this space and begin explaining and providing this instruction across the entire organization, including our professional support staff. Because as was said, this is not just an active bystander training for matters in the field. This goes to matters of the workplace and conflict that can occur in office settings and across organizations of our size. And just as our work with Pepperdine and others have improved our ability to work together as a team through difficult and trying circumstances, I look forward to this being, an added antidote and added capability of building our resilience. And I ask for this commission's full support.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Briggs, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Calanche, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. Jonathan, one of the things that I worry about in the department is groupthink. So I'm wondering, I know you talked a lot about the dynamics between partners, but what about, how does the curriculum deal with like this dynamic of like, we just go with what everybody else is thinking because it must be the right thing to do? So that's one of my questions. I have a couple of other questions, but that's one of the questions that I have.
Well, no, let's start with that one. So you've actually identified, as I'm sure you know, one of the most powerful inhibitors to bystandership, right? And sometimes it goes by the name of groupthink. Sometimes a scientist might call it pluralistic ignorance, sometimes diffusion of responsibility. When we do this activity in class where the officers name all the inhibitors, and it sounds like a simple game. And if we had time, frankly, I would do it right now and we all could play. And it's fascinating how many we can and can't name. But so getting the officers to figure out how to avoid that starts with getting them to recognize it exists and getting them to see when it's happening. And we have in fact I got a call from an officer. I can even say some of the details here, but an officer from New Orleans last year who told us about an incident where she had to intervene in another agency's misbehavior. And she was at a scene with a whole bunch of officers watching this happen. And she called to tell us that she was getting ready not to do anything, but all she could do is think of those social science experiments we made her do in class that highlight the power of diffusion of responsibility and how negative that can be. And she said, I couldn't get that out of my head. And I went in and I literally pulled the other officer off the person. Now, an anecdote isn't data. I get that, but it does highlight how understanding the inhibitor is a first step. Now, when we go to the next step, and we have a saying, notice, decide, act, right? First, you have to notice the need, and that's not always easy. You have to make a decision to intervene, and that's where understanding the inhibitors comes in, right? The better you understand the inhibitors and how powerful they are, the easier it is to overcome them. And then, of course, notice, decide, act, you have act. So that's where, for example, PACT would come in, P-A-C-T, right? You're in a room, you're subject to groupthink, no one else is doing anything, you're nervous. Well, now you know that a probing question might be all you need, right? It's easier to overcome groupthink if you don't think it's a mutiny. So now we've given officers a potential simple solution to the problem, and then they can escalate from there. Now, I've given you one out of probably 50 different solutions, but we are very methodical on how you overcome those inhibitors, and importantly, taking people for, I call this reality-based training in a sense, because too much training posits superheroes and just tells, I can't tell you how many corporate trainings I've done over the years where I tell people, just do the right thing, be courageous. Well, that doesn't work. So we take people where they live, where they are, and we say, yeah, we know it's hard. We know you're scared. We know there's a zillion reasons why. Now, here are some tools to help overcome those. And is it going to work for everyone? No. Is this a panacea for the world's problems? No, right? But is it going to give us a leg up on this problem? Yes. Is it going to change some behavior? Yes. And remember, this final thing I'll say here, ABLE's about the officer standing by, right? More than the officer doing the thing. We know the officer doing the thing has maybe lost his or her temper, maybe has tunnel vision, is not seeing what's going on, any number of reasons why these things happen, some bad, some understandable. What we want to do is empower those standing by who have more of his or her wits about them to have something to do.
Thank you. I have a follow-up. Have you studied or do you have any information on gender dynamics?
So I have not studied it, but we do have some information, and we're looking forward to studying it more. So Dr. Irvin Staub, who is really kind of the grandfather of this science, and when you have time, you should look him up. He's a fascinating man, child survivor of the Holocaust, who was snuck out of Hungary by his nurse. And I just say that to say he comes by this act of bystandership very authentically. He has actually done some remarkable studies about why people help and why they don't. And he has looked a little bit at gender dynamics and age dynamics. The inhibitors are really powerful, and they're powerful regardless of your gender. And so we don't have definitive data on this yet. What we do have some good data on, though, is to know that one of the best ways to get people to intervene is to have someone else in the group intervene. I know it sounds a little circular, but the moment one person intervenes, male or female, other people start to intervene. It is as infectious as the bad behavior is infectious. And the data I've seen so far suggests that is true across age, across gender, across cultures.
Thank you. The reason I ask about gender, I'm actually curious about the selection of the 100 trainers. And if we're going to set any I hate to say quotas, but for lack of a better word, like, do we have some set idea of, like, we want to have a balance between, males and females? Yeah, so that's a
Yeah.
question just for Dr. Pennell or Jonathan.
Well, so I have,
What
and
is a
thank you.
practice? Yes.
Thank you for calling me Jonathan, by the way. So I have a couple answers, and then I'm sure Luann has more. When we think about great instructors for this, we think about these things. One, you got to be smart. This is not like teaching a lot of other things. This is not easy to teach. Like the social science experiments aren't easy, but they're wonderfully engaging. Officers love them when they're taught well. So you got to be smart. Two, you got to get it. You got to be passionate about the power of active bystandership. If you think that you've always done this your whole life and all we're doing is giving it a name, you're not a great teacher. If you remember the time when you were young where you didn't do it, or yesterday when you didn't do it, that gives some passion to the program. And by the way, the people I've met from LAPD, I've talked to about this, have been very passionate about this science from the chief all the way down. Everyone I've talked to got this really, really fast. And then the third one is credibility. Okay? You got, and the best way I can put this is you got to have street cred. If you've been at a desk your whole career, you are not going to have as much credibility teaching this than if you've been out in the street and you felt the pressures that cause people to lose their temper. So smart, passionate, credible. And then I think the more diverse your teaching staff, the better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Calache. I know that Jonathan's time is short. Commissioner Sobroff, did you have any questions? Thank you. So, Jonathan, I want to thank you for an incredible presentation today. Thank you for explaining the ABLE program and what we should anticipate here in Los Angeles with this program implemented. I want to thank Chief Moore for his support going above and beyond. I'd like to thank the mayor for his support as well. And I do want to give an incredible support to, or thank you to the Los Angeles Police Foundation. They have been extremely instrumental in helping us move this forward. And I definitely want to thank them on behalf of all the commissioners. With that, I'd like to call for a vote. I'd like to move that we approve the department's report dated March 16th, 2022, relative to the donation from the Los Angeles Police Foundation valued at $1 million. This donation will support the implementation of the active bystandership for law enforcement ABLE training within the department for the benefit of police training and education. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Commissioner Sobroff, is that an aye? Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much. Dr. Purnell, Chief Reyna, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Great to have you as partners. Be well, stay safe.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll move to item 5C on the agenda, the department's verbal presentation and discussion with regard to the Women's History Month. Commander Flores. Good morning, Commander Flores.
It still is morning. Yes, sir. Good morning. Hi. If you give me 1 second here, I'd like to share my screen with you for a brief presentation. Okay, can you see my screen okay, sir? Yes, I see head nods. Okay. Oh, go back.
Sorry, my mic was off. I did say yes.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am, of course, as you know, the department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, and I am honored to give a brief presentation to the Commission, the department, and members of the public listening in today. I'd like to celebrate the many firsts and historic achievements of my sisters who came before me. In my presentation today, I've included a compilation that includes women of the LAPD who achieved benchmarks in certain appointments, assignments, or accomplishments. And I'm incredibly humbled at the very thought that I'm speaking on behalf of all women, those women who never could, the department's first, and the women in the gaps. The women in the gaps are the quality women who chose family over promotions or specialized units with no path back. The women who chose not to put their family in the line of fire, or the one that hurts diversity the most, the highly qualified women who choose not to seek advanced positions because they feel that they don't fit the mold. Each category calls out for recognition and change, and for those who never could, and for those who paid a high price to be on the job, and for those who would not adopt to the mold. For the early women, having a job in law enforcement in and of itself was notable. And still notable today, I salute all the women working in law enforcement. In addition to documenting the early women who were matrons, police women, etc., provides a window into the expanding role of women in law enforcement and at the rate at which they're hired over the years. Beginning with Alice Stebbin Wells, when she was hired on September 12, 1910, the job title for sworn women as woman police officer. In 1916, the classification was officially changed to police woman. Alice became the first woman to be appointed with police powers of arrest in the LAPD, and she was issued the policewoman's badge number 1. She actually sewed her own police uniform, which was the first policewoman uniform in the United States. And there's a reproduction of this uniform featured at the Los Angeles Police Historical Society Museum. Her appointment prompted nationwide publicity and by 1916, her efforts for promoting the needs for female officers resulted in the hiring of policewomen in 16 other cities and in several foreign countries. She was also instrumental in organizing the International Police Officers Women's Association in 1915. She retired as a sergeant in 1940 after serving Los Angeles for over 30 years, and by then there were only 39 female officers. So just under a decade later, Georgia Ann Robinson became the first Black policewoman in the LAPD and in the nation, appointed in 1919. In 1946, Josephine Serrano Collier became the LAPD's first Latina policewoman, one of 9 women to be hired by the LAPD that year. Her calling was to serve her Lincoln Heights community, and at the age of 23, she applied to be a police officer. At that time, she was only paid $200 a month, and women were assigned either juvenile detention or Lincoln Heights jail. Officer Serrano ended up at the latter, where the policewomen were forced to wear nurses' uniforms in place of the not yet ready police attire. Later, after she and her colleagues were issued guns, Officer Serrano walked a footbeat in LA's Pershing Square. They worked undercover wearing a dress, high heels, a hat, and gloves. In 1960, Josephine would retire due to a back injury. She passed away on February 25th, 2014 at the age of 91. And when I speak to people that personally knew her, Josephine was proudly, fiercely, very, very proud of the fact that she was Mexican. And in fact, she told people that she wanted to be remembered as the LAPD's first Mexican policewoman. She broke the lines that divided women from many assignments in the early history of the LAPD and opened the door for many women and Latinas within the department. From 1942 to 1965, the department had the pleasure of having Vivian Strange on duty. She was the first Black policewoman promoted to sergeant in 1950. Just 2 years later, in 1967, LAPD hired Joyce Cano, the first Asian policewoman. She later went on to become a detective. Then in 1975, Connie Speck became the first woman promoted to the rank of LAPD lieutenant. In 1980, she made history once more, becoming the LAPD's first woman promoted to captain. And not long ago, in 1987, Joanna Needham became the LAPD's first female motor officer. Fanchon Blake is widely known for the strides she made in setting a lawsuit, which resulted in the Fanchon Blake Justice Consent Decree. She fought for gender equity and for many rights for our women police officers throughout the department, which we still stand by today. And in remembrance of the first female deputy chief promoted in 2000, the department is proud to have obtained unanimous support from this board and city council members to dedicate and rename the Northeast Community Police Station to the Deputy Chief Margaret Ann York Northeast Community Police Station. We hope to unveil the new signage and a dedication ceremony in the coming months. So also in 2000, Ann Young became the LAPD's first Black captain. Captain Young served in this capacity and carried the burden of being the sole female Black commanding officer for the next 7 years. Today, there are 15 captains and 4 are Black women. Jennifer Grosso became the LAPD's first and only female to serve as a LAPD SWAT officer. She has lately just been promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Now coming into the more current years, Sharon Papa became the LAPD's first female assistant chief in 2010. She soon became another trailblazer by becoming the first woman chief of Hermosa Beach Police Department. Achieving another milestone in 2015, Ann Clark became the LAPD's first Hispanic female commander. Today, there are 19 women at the rank of captain and above, and 7 are Latinas. Going back to 2010, the LAPD appointed Regina Scott as a commander. She was the first Black female officer to achieve this rank. And 8 years later, in 2018, she promoted and became the first Black deputy chief. Recently, in August 2020, Imada Tingrides became the LAPD's first deputy chief of the newly formed Community Safety Partnership Bureau. Chief Tingrides also serves on the LAPOA board with me as our 3rd vice president, and she will soon be the highest ranking sworn officer, female sworn officer for the LAPD. Lastly, I'd like to highlight our dear chief, Beatrice Kamala, who became the first female assistant chief to serve as director of Office of Operations this last year, overseeing the department's entire patrol personnel. And as you know, she's retiring this month after 37 years with the department. As Commissioner Decker stated last week, it takes tremendous strength to be the only woman in LAPD history to have held all 3 assistant chief positions when 80% of our colleagues are male. Assistant Chief Kamala is truly an inspiration. Her grace, her energy, and her work ethic are really unmatched. I'm truly grateful to have worked alongside such a remarkable woman. Women continue to make strides and pave the way for many to follow. And as recent as this past November 15th, 2021, Sergeant Norma Kirkpatrick became the first Black female supervisor pilot for the LAPD's Air Support Division. Looking ahead and how we are changing the department, we have taken the pledge for 30 by 30 initiative. Before I get into that a little bit, I want to talk about where we've come just as recent as this past February. Laura Curtin became the first female captain to serve as the commanding officer of FID, Force Investigation Division. And on April 10th, 2022, Lieutenant Alicia Jordan will assume her duties as the officer in charge of Force Investigation Division. She will be the first woman to fulfill this coveted position in the history of this division. And Alicia also serves as the 2nd vice president of LAPOA. Culture changes begin from within, and these historic changes are significant strides made under the leadership of Deputy Chief Mike Rumkunis, and I'm extremely proud to have his support and allyship from my fellow colleagues, such as Mike Rumkunis. The women highlighted today are just a few of the many pioneers that worked for this department. And I would like to reiterate that we have proudly celebrated many first and historic appointments in the terms of ranks and positions in historically male-dominated field. And we are committed to making significant changes so that no officer should feel as though there are barriers set before them. The pandemic taught us something about equity in an emergency when family decides who must stay home or who needs to stay to take care of the family or elders or their kids, and who should stay at work. It often makes financial sense and sometimes cultural sense for the women to leave the job, but even when the path back is difficult or impossible. But through our commitment to the 30 by 30 pledge, we commit to not only the hiring, the retention, and the advancement of women to reach all ranks within the department. And that concludes my presentation.
Commander Flores, I want to thank you on behalf of the commission for a well thought out presentation. This presentation shows the contributions that women have made to the Los Angeles Police Department, as well as contributions that women can make to the Los Angeles Police Department and will make, because rest assured that this commission is committed, as I know Chief Moore is, to ensuring that we increase the ranks with women. We increase those who are promoted as female officers. We want to see true equity in our diversity within the department. And the presentation that you put on today demonstrates that women can rise to the highest levels of the department, and there's no stopping them. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you,
Commissioner Soboroff.
Yeah, I just want to say, as I look through that presentation, I not only see the pictures of the members of the department that are on the picture, but I see the face of every woman that's in the department now. And it's the way it's been handled by the department, I think, is wonderful. But more important than that, the importance of women in the force and for public safety and for law enforcement is something that is still in its early stages and just really been beneficial to the department and the city and public safety. Thank you for taking the time to do this for us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Kalante.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander Flores. I also really enjoyed the presentation. I didn't know some of the information that was there. But I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge you as the highest ranking Latina in the department. So I think you should have been included in that presentation as well. And I look forward to seeing you advance in your career. I know you have our support.
Thank you.
I do want to also reiterate the importance of promotions and equity when it comes to promotions and continuing to advance women. I believe that the commission is very committed to it, and we just need to stay on course to continue to promote women into the higher ranks. And I know that we're extremely committed to that, but I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge your position as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalante.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to my fellow commissioners as well. Commander Flores, thank you for the presentation. It's always nice to reflect on the history of the department. So I do want to join in acknowledging the women law enforcement officers in the department's history. It shows your brief presentation showed what they had to overcome, sometimes humiliating circumstances, and yet they persevered. And also it highlights what still is yet to be overcome to create equity in the law enforcement community. But of course, we should be recognizing all the achievements that have happened and recognize it not just now during March, but throughout the year. So thank you for that presentation. But as I reflected on your presentation, Commander, I also have to reflect on what we have to do. And so I asked my fellow commissioners, city leaders, and the department, the chief and every member of this command staff that reports to the chief to recommit themselves to increasing the number of women in the Los Angeles Police Department who serve as sworn officers. the numbers are just far too low. 18%, sometimes hovering a little closer to 20, but at least in over a decade that I've been monitoring this, that ceiling has not been cracked, and it has been there for far too long. To my knowledge, it's been over a decade, but I think a little research would show us that it's existed for far longer than that. And we cannot claim to have true diversity in this department without increasing the number of women dramatically. Studies have shown repeatedly the number of women, when they are increased in a department, bring great benefits, most especially to the community. The crime victims, that at least according to FBI data, shows that women constitute more than 50% of crime victims, and that they respond more positively and will report many more crimes if they have some assurance they'd be reporting those crimes to a woman officer. Studies also show it increases the use of de-escalation, lowers the use of force. Those are just some of the benefits these studies have shown. And I want to be clear, it's not just an issue that I think the commission has to really focus on, and that the department has to double down and make more efforts to achieve, but the entire city has to make a commitment, because the LAPD can't do this alone. It involves the personnel department, political leadership, and March is a very important month for everyone to recommit themselves to achieve that 2030 that Commander Flores talked about. I mean, we're not going to get closer to it this year based upon the hiring so far. We're not even going to break 20%. So we have to recommit ourselves to this effort. It is disheartening to see that despite so many good people working on this for a very long period of time, that it hasn't changed. So we have to change how we're going about this to create the change that we want to see. And Chief, I know you are committed to this. You've spoken about it continuously and eloquently, but we all have to commit ourselves to changing the system that is not allowing us to achieve better equity in this department. So Commander Flores, thank you for the presentation. It highlighted all of these issues, at least for me, a time to reflect certainly, but really a time to look forward and commit ourselves to making those changes to achieve more positive results. So thank you, Commander. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief Moore, I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak to what you've heard all the commissioners say, as well as the presentation by Commander Flores.
Well, I want to thank Commander Flores for the elegant presentation, both a historic perspective as well as the arc of, if you will, of women in policing and how it has improved over the decades, but also hearing Commissioner Vice President Decker's view and remarks about the dissatisfaction. And just to assure every commissioner and every member of our community that we serve, myself as well as senior command staff, this entire department recognizes the value of women and the critical role that they've played in the evolution of policing. And our commitment going forward is to deepen them in our sworn ranks. But we also recognize that as we look around across the country in policing in America, that while there's much more work to be done, we want to, in this today, I think, an opportunity to reflect upon the fact that this department has remained, not just myself, but my predecessors, commissioners, as well as previous commissioners, as well as mayors and other elected officials, have been committed to ensuring that law enforcement is reformed and that it is improved with the involvement of women in sworn and civilian ranks. And we have that path, have gotten to this point today. We're going forward with our investment, with Commander Flores' appointment as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Mayor Garcetti's commitment during both his tenures of deepening the representation of women within commissioners, as well as within departments, as well as within the city workforce, and serving the women and young girls in our communities, that we're all in this together. Now, what I'm impressed by is and committed to is our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan specifically calls out the need to deepen the involvement and the representation of sworn women in this organization. As a matter of what's the barrier, I believe the cultural barriers that exist both within law enforcement as well as within our society is a hindrance. And I only have to look to the representation of women within this organization in the professional civilian work classes, where 58% of this department are made up of women. But when we move to the sworn ranks, that number drops terribly down to 18, 19%. And while that leads many large agencies, which hover around 12, 13% as a profession, we need to change the barriers even further and break through the ceiling of the 20%, but break through the ceiling also of greater representation along the entire rank structure of this organization. And Commander Flores referenced it as far as the nature of the sacrifices that have been made by women within this organization who have participated in the existing structure of the organization that has evolved over time and benefited by that sacrifice, by taking on greater responsibilities and the privilege of leadership, and shown and demonstrated their qualities, not just as a woman, but as an individual to leadership, but also the sacrifice of women throughout the organization who have chose to step back from that pursuit for the benefit of their family or for the benefit of their own personal identity, because they believe that the nature of the task at hand does not fit they're unwilling to step into that. I believe that steps going forward involve a continued outreach and engagement to dismiss the myths, to get rid of the perceived barriers that are out there that hold people back. We recently, just today, I was notified that our motor officer list, these are qualified applicants that are going to compete to be a motor officer within the Los Angeles Police Department as we move forward, that out of the 40 some odd individuals who have graduated, who reached the list, the top candidate is a woman, but she's the only woman on the list. And when I asked how many people applied for the position, we had 3. Poignant example of the job requirements of a motor officer or the perceived requirements that is standing as a barrier to greater participation. When I look to the internal survey that has been recently designed, that's going to look and issued by Diversity, Equity, Inclusion group, it's going to reach out across the entire organization, sworn and civilian, and ask them for their own personal experience, their own demographics. It's a voluntary survey, but it hopes to bring in what their life experiences have been, both positive and negative, and how it's and the expectations and perceptions of the department's requirements that have resulted or influenced where they stand with the organization today, and the paths forward of what could improve their representation. It's a critical step to give us data to either further reinforce my belief that we need to change the structures within this organization if we truly desire to have greater women representation, that mentorship is important, development is important, ensuring that we remove artificial barriers or perceptions, but it's also critically important to recognize the realities of what we have as societal expectations. We've done this over the last 40 years in my experience. Women coming at the very essence of the physical requirements of women in the organization and men of candidates. We got rid of height requirements. We got rid of physical fitness requirements that were out of date and unnecessary. And we've demonstrated that emotional intelligence is really the basis of a great police officer and leader. And as that has evolved, I believe our next step is to recognize that our continued commitment to the existing workforce, to mentor and develop and encourage people to take on and break through what many times are false or misunderstandings of what the expectations are, that they can thrive within the existing structure, but also to look at those existing structures and identify what further changes can be made. And to Commissioner Decker's point, we will need the full participation of not just this department and this commission, but our elected leaders, our other city general managers, of what the perceptions and characteristics as a city we see are necessary and relevant to be an effective member of this department. So I appreciate today's opportunity. Commissioner Briggs, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in and voice my belief on this. Lastly, our employee organizations, particularly LAPOA. The Los Angeles Women's Peace Officer and Associates organization, in my nearly 4 years in this position, when I started, I asked each employee organization to step forward, to participate in the mentoring and the and the development of our next generation of police leadership. And I want to particularly call out her, Commander Flores as president, and her organization has been one of the most active in this space. Their participation in workshops and in town halls and in mentoring has made, I believe, a difference. And I'm seeing the encouragement. I just today spoke with a retired detective whose daughter works in a gang unit in the city. I won't embarrass her further by where that's at, but that she was approached by other women leaders in the organization and encouraged to apply for Metropolitan Division. Now, what you don't know is that we have had an effort in the last 6 months to do outreach and engagement led by Commander Flores and her team with Metropolitan Division and CTSOB to get greater women representation within that division, which traditionally has been predominantly male. And I'll hear those things as chief, and I can ask and pursue what's the evidence of it. But when this morning, it made my morning when I heard a father talk to me about the fact that how her daughter was being courted, if you will, for this. But it also discouraged me because she was of the mindset that she needed to remain in her position because she needed to have 10 years of experience before she really took on such a task. So as much as I'm encouraged, I'm also reminded that there's still these false perceptions out there about what it takes to be effective and successful as a leader in this organization. So much has been done. And much yet remains. And again, we're committed to that. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this issue.
Thank you, Chief Moore. At this time, and thank you very much, Commander Flores, once again. At this time, there being no further present business, we're going to go into a closed session, which will commence at 12:15 p.m. See everyone there. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 6A1 and 6A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Mr. Chief Hank, if you would be so kind as to read out from the closed session.
I will, sir. Thank you. As to item 6A, officer involved shooting 023-21. The Board of Police Commissioners, on a vote of 3-0, Commissioner Sobroff was absent for closed session and Commissioner Bonner did not attend the meeting. The vote was 3-0, as I mentioned. They adopted the Chief of Police recommendation as it relates to tactics, drawing and exhibiting less lethal use of force. As it relates to tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 Sergeant 1, 3 police officer 2s, and 1 police officer 1. As it relates to drawing and exhibiting, in policy, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 police officer 2, 1 police officer 1. As it relates to less lethal use of force, in policy, on a 3-0 vote, 1 police officer 2. As it relates to lethal use of force, out of policy, on a 3-0 vote, 1 police officer 1. Item 6A2, officer involved shooting 024-21. Commission unanimously adopted the Chief of Police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 2 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 2, lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Hank. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you at the next meeting, which will not be next week, but the week after.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.